Hello, everybody. Welcome on in, Reina. Welcome on in, Mystery. Welcome on in, Neko. Welcome on in, Rube. And anyone else who may be watching, too. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I almost said Chronicles, but no, it's specifically Adventures. Neko dropped a metal pipe, Rube. So there you go. But yeah, hopefully y'all are doing very, very well. I'm excited for today. My voice isn't, but I am. Another metal pipe from Willow. Damn, all these metal pipes, where are they coming from? I don't know. But yeah, last time, we got into the thick of the court case, or the trial part of the case. Yes, alright, let me go check. I will check right now. Cause it's
Wait, are you still sure the metal pipe odds are normal?
I go to my redeem, drop a pipe, it says random pipe range. It's random number between 1 and 103. If under or equal to 75, then it's cardboard. If it's between 75 and 100, then it's metal. And if it's above 100, it's a pipe bomb. The odds are all normal. That is what I have coded into this. That, if something is wrong with that, it's the random number generation. That is me just reading out what I did. Life is a pipe. With how unpredictable it's being, that has never been truer, Reina. Look, that is again just what I do. What I have. Yeah, nothing weird. But, no big announcements. I might end up having a surprise stream at some point, or surprise change of plans with stream schedule this week, but we'll have to say. A big announcement, though. The Undertale Redeem has been updated. And, in fact, I will enable that right now. All of the Deltarune songs I feel were worthy have gotten into this redeem. So, redeem it if you dare. That is all there is, Rube. That is all the logic. The certain logic may or may not be changing the odds as we speak. I hope not. If a certain lobster of the blood variety is messing with things, that would be very inconvenient. Changing to normal specifically when I look. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It's literally that. Are the odds okay or not? When I open it up, it looks one way. But when I close it back again, it seems like it's... Who knows what could happen? Alright. New song, first try. Alright, not a new song, but still a banger, so this is okay. Close enough. You know what, just for today, to celebrate adding new songs, I'll give a slight discount. Just a slight discount. I've been giving so many, I can't have it be that low. But yeah, I don't have any other big announcements right now. I think we're just gonna pick up where we left off. And it'll take me like half the stream to get my voice back into, you know, all the accents and all that, but that's fine. By Ace Attorney, once I get around to Great Ace Attorney 2, I want to have, like, really stupid, good accents, but that'll probably have to wait until then. Alright. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, The Trial, Part 2. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witness, you will now retake the stand. Alright, we got the three Skulky, whatever their names were. Skulkin, I think, brothers. I presume you heard the Defense Council's summation examination. Yes, Governor. I did. Mr. Skulkin. Alright, let's go. Oh, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was a bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me, Lucy Lockets. Hello from Arizona, you got thrown off by time for stream because time zones. First of all, welcome on in, Reaper. Sorry, Wheat Destroyer. Second of all, oh, I get that. For reference, I'm pretty sure, in another streamer's channel that I'm a regular in, I have a, over 200 stream watch streak, and I think part of that was when I had to deal with, like, time zone shenanigans, I think. So that where I even kept up my streak, while in a different time zone, which was really funny, but also really difficult. Anyways, enjoy Arizona. You need to add another loaf. Oh no. I mean, you can always copy one of the loafs you can copy the loaf messages from the one thing there and then redeem it. Oh wait, no, you're redeeming it on your main account. That's right. Next time you get the chance, I guess, Reaper. Worst case scenario, you can always double up. If it ends up being too long, you can always add 2 loaves instead of just 1. Alright, let me... You only got 174. Tragic. However, that was a lie. You brothers? Cool, blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through items on the victim's counter. You never done nothing of the sort. Oh, how'd you figure that out? Should be back for the time cost for another loaf. Alright, good to hear, good to hear. Holy crap, Mario and Luigi. It's so nice of the princess to invite them over to London, over to London this time, eh, Gregson? Something like that anyways. You'll now give formal testimony once again. You'll tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you'll tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chance of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, God. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Mario and Luigi then know what Mario character is the judge. Codsworth. Mario, the pass is raw. Oh no. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Well, when we had the gunshot, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. It didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out door and get us next. Took everything back where we found it in Scotland, straight into him in the black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we? You can't believe I don't have a bunch of chalices ready to shatter in pieces every time Van Zeeks breaks one. I mean, I'll just add a soundboard of glass shattering. Oh god, I mean, committing to the bit that far would be pretty funny, not gonna lie. Yeah, alternatively, I just perfectly mimic the sound of glass shattering to really enhance the voice acting experience. That seems totally practical. So you admit to the defense's accusations. Then indeed ransack Mr. Winbig's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. So sorry. Without admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. Wait, you said we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can make us sound a bit more... Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It just be coincident that these men showed up at Windbanks that night. Did more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Alright, second time is not the charm, but hey, at least we got the we got the banger soundtrack. I will say, if y'all keep redeeming this, we are all but guaranteed a new song, I think. At least one. I would hope so anyways, unless pipes are like our pipe luck starts rubbing off on this. Just be like, Dracula and after plus a wine glass already at the stupid Belmont. I've never played a Castlevania game, but honestly, that's now canon to me. I don't know if that's something that actually happens, but I just want to imagine him having a few chalices on hand and shares them with Vanzi. One time you don't want these bangers and they give them to you, you swear to God. Yep, chapter 3 and 4 Deltarune song selection. The songs I think are worthy from Deltarune have been added. Yeah, at least we're getting bangers. Legal Entry, the sequel. Alright, we did a few things over, but we weren't raffling for nothing. It was when we out the dumb shit. See, made us both jump and all that stuff and flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We were thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. Took everything back where he found it and scattered straight into him in the black. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah. Let's, I guess, get pressing. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. We admit something like that. You would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. When are you going to add your favorite Deltarune Undertale song? What is it, Neko? If we get that one non-Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 song I added, Valko, that you haven't got yet, now all the time you're gonna have to confront we fought. Yeah, it's still in there. It is still there, and it's a really, honestly, it exists only because of a really stupid joke I came up with. So, I don't know. That's not... Look, Ekoro Shia is tied for my favorite Danganronpa song from the entire franchise, but that is not a Deltarune or Undertale song. If someone makes a rip of that, where it's Megalovania, or it's Ekoro Shia, but played in the sound font of Megalovania, I might accept that. But until then, no. In fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Said the rotten apple eater. Nagito Sands after he died. God damn it. Look, Ekoro Shia in the sound font of Megalovania, and I might accept it. I might, because Onikamada needs that song in it. If I booted up Undertale and Ekoro Shia started playing Fighting Sands, I honestly wouldn't even be surprised. Straight up. To the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your action to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, not right. More like we tidied up the place. Oh, so sorry. Was when we the gunshot teammates both jumping all that stuff and flying. Don't make you do that. No one is making you do it. Probably a freaking video edit would be good enough to get the point across. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all the things off the counter? Well, it shocked us, one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, right? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up in that bang. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. It knocked over a load of books, candlestick and some skull, whatnot. That got tangled into a marionette, knocked over a picture frame, knocked over them scales on the floor. Like, all you need is wait until April 1st, 2026, give me an undershell to play a dream. I'll never suspect it. Yeah, I wouldn't. That seems like a totally normal time. Wait, actually, I need to double check. Hold on. What day is April 1st next year? Wednesday? Just like 2024. Good to know. Really mastered working quietly then. What a racket, Granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. What is with these pipes? Okay, I'm getting irritated. What happens if I drop a pipe? All right, let me try real quick. We've only gotten metal pipes. Okay, there. We're fine. I don't know. I got 10 cardboards in 9 months. This season is insane. Okay, let me check something. What the hell, Gregson? Okay. Unlucky, to be honest, a skill issue. I had a 44% chance of getting metal pipe last season. I'll take it. Yeah, this stuff is normal. Oh my god, I flipped back and forth. Then I mean, it was quiet as mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Alright, what song are we getting? Fallen Down, surely. God. Alright. 10 out of 10. Not even make Lavania. Seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Didn't make you think of something? Yeah, good night, chat. Probably not in course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it only. Well, fact is, case don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Ooh, you can do this. God damn it. You know what? That is so short. I'll give a run back. Just this once. Probably. Alright. Peak. We got our first Deltarune song. And you just tell us what's on your mind. As you know, we brought these fellas in to the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Wait, you don't recognize the name? Of course you don't. It's new. This plays in the second sanctuary. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellas? I discover the witness's testimony had been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. You'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details that have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. For the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Glove, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we had a kind of wavering voice for yelling all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. The Korean acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Both we could from the other side of that door behind the counter. It was from the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, that was the victim, Mr. Windabank. On me granny's life, course it was. On his granny's life, course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windabank and the sound of his voice. Eh? So that would mean what? Oh, what, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in the fancy club was giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you'll ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life must be. So they have different grannies. Interesting. Good job, his granny's dead. So I'm right then. Immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke on the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Winbank had the gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was the sight, eh? Two of them waving the guns at each other. Must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before it chatted, the geezer said if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like a meant it. Mind, more of an empty threat, you could say. Winbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only person was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Betty wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give him that gun." It was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Kind of thing. Yes, a Korean acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone in the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tightening place up. It didn't ever give me a fright. We were thinking the shooter would come out door and get us next. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that. It did put the wind right up in me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way, that was open. Yes, of course it's locked from that side, so we've been led to believe. Was Gov it was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there's some other way to get a view of inside the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bell, don't light no lights. But we've seen it, so we know it's a thing. We had cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Alright, what's Rube gonna get? Alright, another, a nice and chill song. Yet got and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. That's a good question, Rube. I actually don't remember. Where does it play? Probably a cutscene, yeah. I'm so confused, actually. I'm looking at the... Oh, it's from chapter 1. Okay. I don't remember it from chapter 1, but it is from chapter 1. You're so right, Mystery. Really, really the tapping, like the head tapping meme. Please cut it out. Yeah, again, as I've said before, all songs I deemed worthy from Deltarune have been added. I never specified it was chapters 3 and 4 only. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately.
Man, what a bunch of jokers.
I guess you'll just have to keep redeeming to find out, Rube, and welcome on in, Antonym. What a bunch of jokers indeed. Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. Confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. We took everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. We was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you turned up. Yeah, these triplets of Skulkin brothers, they're all rad. They're a bit difficult to voice, but they're quite the fun characters. You're shaking like a leaf. Don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Triplets Gregson right now. Don't worry, he can't hear me. Yes, I'm safe. You're shaking like a leaf. Don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Yeah, Gregson. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. Gregson. Same difference. He's Gerson to me now. Just like he's also Gerson, the third Skulkin brother. That we liked down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. Well, listen, that proves it. Proves you've done it, eh? We couldn't have shot the bureaucracy. We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Eh? Well, it's because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. And at that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery at Mr. Winnebank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. The Skulkin brother never actually encountered Mr. Winnebank? That's really true, I wonder. Well, they could identify his voice. That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Runa? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than feeling that I've got no proof to support it. Well, feeling can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take that all in and your brain will quietly analyze it, come up with a feeling like you described. You concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright. Let's think here. And so they could identify the voice, that's the thing. Why did they know that, though? I'm not immediately sure of what the contradiction is. Alright, give us a song to let us learn. Okay. A nice chill song. Yeah, Rube. Hotline Miami vibes. Honestly, yeah. From what I know of that, it checks out. Looks like you played the game where this song plays in. Almost. I mean, you say that, but nobody here recognized the Darkness Falls song. The other one isn't real anyways. It's a myth invented by Toby Fox back in 2018. So they recognize Windbank's voice. I guess I'll repress them on a few other statements, see if anything changes. Anything at all. I mean, the big thing right now, Antonym, is I'm pretty sure they're lying about not having seen Windibank or not having had a chance to see him, but I'm just trying to figure out what that contradiction might end up actually being. And also, this game can be really sneaky. Yeah. I'm just, I'm not asking for help quite yet. We're gonna see if I can figure this out.
Hold it!
Alright, so how did they know he's holding a gun? So, there needs to be some evidence that proves they had that chance. Not these two photos. I mean, that's not like... Yeah, we wouldn't put the photo, because technically they did. Technically they put everything back. Even if it's not, you know, perfect. That can't be the contradiction. I feel like I'm missing something really obvious. Doesn't help that this is still right near the start after it's been a week. There's not gonna be anything there. I guess we'll do some more pressing. There's her doing her thing. Did you really never have that chance? Why should we believe that? It was because it's true. The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the Q2 who had a gun in his hand. In other words, on night in question, these two witnesses never laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, correct? Oh gosh. Let's see. What else do we got? No, those are just her papers.
I'm really feeling it.
Wait a minute. Time of death between 1 o'clock and 1:30. They could have had that chance, I think. Alright, what's Rube getting? So true. We are cooking now. I guess. Okay. So that's how we're gonna catch them for being wrong on that. Well, not being wrong, being too knowing of what was happening. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Golf, you got the picture. Yes, no question. And yet, the photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Their whole thing was just a big contradiction. What? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. There can be no question that victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mold tool, used victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Like, how? They should not be able to know that. Exactly where you are, right there. Eh? The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency with the final moment you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let us see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency with the witness's portrayal of victim's final moments? Well, I guess they could have seen him, right?
Take that!
Or they should have seen him. According to testimony, the witnesses claim they had to have heard a shot of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there's an undeniable inconsistency with your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Ah, God. Oh, boy. But, it's the God's honest truth. It is not, she is, when it was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windbank holding a gun? Come on, like, that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, nah. Well. Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, if one's supposed to, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Mind to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies. I'm ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we go out, Nash, cut it out if we blab now. You know what you'll do to us. What are they talking about? Let me make your position here very perfectly clear. You'll talk. There's no other option available to you. Oh, bro, come on. The game's up. But we have, but you'll have our guts forgot us. Are they referring to Zeke's or someone else? In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Oh. Night in question, it is now apparent that you, brother, met face-to-face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Witness testimony. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside Gaff and Eve to sigh of relief and Geezer showed his mug. We had gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. No, Geezer's blood was strong as an ox. He dragged me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all it happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that months before his victim was killed in storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yes, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord, this is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank? What else, boy? I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where it popped up from. Only place it could have been. But it would seem the victim was already in storeroom and these brothers entered the premises, which means Ginny must have been there in there at that point as well. That didn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Winbank in storeroom with him at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the cues at the time? Well, that motul, I couldn't tell ya. No way, Cole, but we had bigger fish to fry than... I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. You mentioned that Mr. Winbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? Alright, what's Rube getting? Alright, another Dutch Rune 1 song, I believe. The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Yeah. With the victim, Mr. Winbank, yielding a gun at this time. Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barley ad pointed straight at me, frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winbank with a gun at that time. Is that right? It is, Gov, it is, spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was Bedlam, I don't know who was going for who. We were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it, I mean...
Hold it!
Before an old geezer, bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Yes, I know that you mentioned counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. It knocked over a load of books, camps against some school on. That got tangled in some marionette, was knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bravia went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Loki's a pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? For Mr. Winterbank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? Nah, never. I was just, looking out for me, bruv. It was being flattened, don't forget. That man who the shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shot me away, then ran off through that door and he shot himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something doesn't quite ring true. The reason why they're not bringing up the door, they could have shot him in the back. Through the window. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and Bravia. That's right, Nash, that's right, me and Bravia. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. You say you had nothing to do with it? Oh, not all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. Old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Look, it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. In the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside storeroom with the pawn record, there's only one other person. The sole person who possibly could have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. Ugh. It indeed appears so. What say you to that, counsel? Oh no. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank? I mean, do we have evidence? There is a window in there. So yeah. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What'd that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face-to-face that night. The course of this trial has changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? Question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank, and it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let's return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must not provide answers to court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Why so many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. So I think he went into the storeroom to hide after pulling the thing. The other two opened the window, shot him in the back as he is retrieving, and Gina locked the room and took the gun in order to protect herself. Why she was seemingly knocked out, I don't know, but that's what is just coming to my mind. It would have changed Gina's prospects hugely. Now, time for some clarity, showed the court on this plan. The answer to the question posed by his lordship. You believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicated from where that person could have fired the gun?
Take that!
Defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And to answer second question, the culprit was fired from the location indicated. Where's the victim at the time?
Take that!
In the storeroom. Culprit shot victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from bullet wound to his back. Looking at stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us he's almost certainly shot while he is in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. When Mr. Windbank ran away through the door, we would have to assume that door was open at the time. It was precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he's inside the storeroom. Oh, there we go. And think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Boomy indeed. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. I mean, the victim was shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself, which could have been the Mario brother. Poor man, shot while he was running away as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he's running away, so even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body on an upward trajectory. The culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled in the storeroom. You also claim that the corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But someone else locked the door. Gina. Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. That's so. Very well then, counsel, present a hypothesis to the court. Alright, what song are we getting? So true. In the scenario, just describe the defendant's assertion that the victim was shot from outside storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom from the inside? 1. Gina Lestrade. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck? I'm inclined to agree, counsel. Or I'm inclined to agree, I must say, well, counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean... Banknotes had no place in my courtroom, counsel, remember that, please. Of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I had Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean... Those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh yes, obviously. Yeah, that's how I feel. For the two brothers died, Miss Lestrade and Windbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windbank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and he left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? Bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hidden back by the bullet, Mr. Windbank fell to the floor where he wasn't, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the room was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, you gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Objection. Oh, no. Where did this leave us? I mean, say that it wasn't pickpocketed after all? I should have known it was the three brothers who look as shitty as defense forced. That's amazing rune. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on our side now. I know, first time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they have to give a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such a chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial Eastern nation, but such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forth so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? You mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to truth on the ground. Fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted, Count Bullets. That was the one thing that did come to my mind, which is the fact that his gun was fired. She could have taken the gun for self-defense, that's the thing. They could have taken the gun, fired it, and then thrown it back in there. Because, you know, if she locked the door, they didn't need the gun, regardless. They had their own gun that they evidently used against, and they had for someone else, aka Herlock Sholmes. By George, Count Bullets! Oh dear. You noticed then? Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Oh boy. Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim back, ending his life. And second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. Bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes reached out past through his body to strike the calendar. Your Lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence showed that single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if single bullet that's fired from the brother's gun hits Sholmes, it means Windibank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument, however, it's never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hopes of standing up scrutiny. Ugh. He has a valid point, but could he at least chill with the damn insults? Order, order! Well, someone just got a concussion and lots of cuts from broken glass. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh boy. F is for friendship. Oh, what is the song? F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for nuclear bomb or something like that. I just remember how that theme's based on that song. I love it. How truly fitting, I agree. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into pawnbrokery on the night in question with some loathsome intent. As you can see, beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. But I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilda down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box is McGilda's music box says. Very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article which clearly doesn't belong to her. It is none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it'd be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. I'm Lord Van Zeek's Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. Wait, how do you mean you shared the yard with prosecution service and I think it's great that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? Gerson jump scare. Yeah, what a surprise. That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I'm the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Is he that desperate to prove a point? Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Now disputes play music in a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is note that reads for McGilda. Prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord, I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been tumbling about it in a bit of fog up till now, truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is bodily obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Wow. Well, consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated possible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we are finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's something that I'm absolutely certain of. If Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windbank, that's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and your jurors ready? Gird up, squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh, boy. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue. I say, different breed to us law-abiding citizens. There's only 2 bullets were found at scene. I'd say the whole case is done and dusted. We don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. Well, I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I'll admit, I had rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black, but when that fell apart like house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that didn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here to the truth coming out eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. Alright.
Hold it!
Let's get the perfect summation examination music going. Hey, jurors. You want to be big shots? You want drama? I can do it. You just need to change your verdict to not guilty, and you'll all be the biggest shots you possibly can be. Counsel, are you bribing the jurors? Oh, nothing of the sort. Just a proposal. That's all. Do you think he's convinced on so it works? Yes, it does. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose, but let's not forget the girl already had shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal of sorts through and through, can't deny that. When you say she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly, tried to fight that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly, in that I was actually that time, it's hard to refute that. Never actually seen the real thing, I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholm did use his caramel bar to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? Well, let's see how the original compared to Hurley's copy. Okay, I think that's game telling me to, Oh wait, that's right, blood! Oh no, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right, just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed it before. Ha! Then it's my time to shine again! Alright, hold still with that screw now. Can we get this done quick, Laris? In a flash. Alright. Oh, lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color, that's Sholmes' blood. Not necessarily. It's just that green. Not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Yeah. It's that. Because that was already broken by the time we got into the shop. That's something I want to make it known. I remember seeing this. It was broken. This isn't from Sholmes' shot. I'm very confident in that now. But then that means someone whose blood is that? Oh no. I had only 2 bullets were found at scene. I'd say the whole case is done and dusted. With the number of bullets that had you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the only 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. What if there are 3? Hold on. Hold the phone. A single discharge and okay. So both of them say there's only 1 discharge. That means there's another gun? When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. There is a 3rd bullet somewhere on scene? I think there is. We're gonna wait. Let's try this. My show then, the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Okay, no. Go figure. I got a bit ahead of myself. I think I'll have to come back to that later. Only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything if I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office. Well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt, and he should receive a visit from police perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me. 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
Hold it!
If I understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, one left eye and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly, then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. I feel like ever since last week, I've actually managed to get fairly decent at getting cross-eyed, and that's a horrifying prospect. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, no, it definitely, it hurts my head even after only a couple of seconds. And it did make me feel genuinely worse off after doing it so much last stream. But it was worth it for trying to make it work. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Oh, well, thing is, I couldn't really say that had nothing to do with this trial. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? That was someone to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on. What was the fellow's name now? Herlich? No, Herlock? No, Herlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord, it was that Herlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? Yep. That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was fairly major up, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find bullets anywhere, so I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. It states obvious, but yes, surely that's because the bullet is still at scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print, but that isn't it. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged in the shop wall where the condor was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Gosh, all I can think of, well, it's actually quite simple. Ha, who do you think I am, son? Well, you're number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all. He is really lucky. Despite the fact that he did get shot in that region. Damn, that bullet, either they were really aiming not to kill him, or his luck just prevailed. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion that the bullet was still somewhere inside the man's innards. It was digested. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now how many times I have to say it. Can someone please explain how it happened? Can someone please solve the mystery? Also, as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Hold it!
Mr. Trump certain is on the jury? I've experienced some coincidences really, but this is just ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Jones was shot. Well, that's what police told me when they brought him in. How bad were injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect he shot at quite close range too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Burnt? As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there's no sign of an exit wound. So I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wallet of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. Only there's some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. So we have a despairing bullet on our hand.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say stop. Do excuse me. Stop. I'm a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from a personal message written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable undersea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She's getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from the government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later, so no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. We'll just finish off first, shall we? I would love for this to be real, that it's not random, and that it really was all just concocted to be the most chaotic trial ever.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I'd like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's always just visiting tourists. You're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I've lived through many, how'd you say, extreme, violent bath, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very, very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. Very confident in the knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please only in Russian language. Not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, so we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's mystery about guns or bullets. Popping in for spoiled reasons, hope stream goes well. You just got Switch 2. Enjoy your Switch 2, Artie. I hope it is worth the money, and I'm sure stream will go great. Thanks for stopping on by. And Zeke has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated them possible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. We have to fight back, we have to turn this trial around again. Alright, well, we know what to do. Alright, so this is what I have to do, right?
Objection!
Those two statements those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert? Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. That's how you feel better. At least you can use Joy-Cons as a mouse. Truly worth the money, in my opinion. Truly. But since there's no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot, but I'm pretty sure it was there already. You're number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. Villain. The Ace Attorney name punch strike again. Oh god. This apparent contradiction in the fact that so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I've seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow, and this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? We tried to spot a pun in name during first to place a challenge impossible. Granted, I'm missing a lot of them myself, but that one there... Hey, at least you know it now. Fair enough, Rube. Fair enough. Alright, actually, fun fact about this song. There's actually 2 versions of the song in the OST. And they're, as far as I can tell, identical except for slightly different length. So, I only have the chapter 2 version, here. Because I wanted to include the song, but, not twice. It's so weird. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit a frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece very sharp broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that just looked like bullet wound. It's a bad lawyer to be in next game. That's basically freaking Mr. Ouchie from this game. Or that's the first the first prosecutor of any given game in general. I'm very much looking forward to it too though. Good gracious. Of course, a piece of ice just quickly melted inside me, and that's the solution to the mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Shooting happened in the pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. That's an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Who knows? Where exactly was Hurley shot at? Again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps the 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. Burned. That burn makes sense. What? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? Thank you for the hydrate. And for the stretch. I have done both. Thank you very much, Dill. And of course, welcome on into stream. Thank you for the cardboard pipe and enjoy your bread. As I understand it, when police arrived on scene and found Mr. Trump injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been my safekeeping along with the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Bread. We have plenty to go around, so make sure you enjoy it. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholm's pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholm the night in question, is it? A blue one was shattered. Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholm's pouch. It was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim but was deflected into Olive's shop. Delightfully complex aroma because it still doesn't change anything. It still only means there's one bullet. Well, it appears one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case, yeah. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery's solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. But I could help. Ugh. It is bearing on conundrum to solve the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Apparently pouch isn't scruffy. The pouch Mr. Schultz was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files is smashed and there are scorch marks around it. So that was his? I swear that was already damaged before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't damaged the night of. And that still doesn't answer the question of whose blood that is. Okay, hold on. Oh, look, there's a hole here in the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something dripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Trump and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Really scorched badly here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. A third bullet had hit Sholmes! A third bullet had hit the Sholmes. God damn. What the iris? Look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? That's the Skulkin brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The third bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably this is where the bullet struck. Since the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. Alright, what song are we getting? Alright, I don't like this. But they're also quite tricky to handle safely, at least. They're very dangerous. A third bullet had hit the Sholmes. Oh, God. Well, that's one for the history books, I guess. Oh, I'm sure that when the file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Shulman in future. The left is the danger zone. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things, and send the amplifying solution to intensify smell lingering on an object. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. This Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding truth or just oblivious to the dangers. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, do you know, Skye? This will way turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. Alright.
Hold it!
Press. Number of bullets. You want a third bullet? A third bullet coming right up. I can prove it. Third bullet, go! Here it is. We discovered it. Just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windbake's Pond Brokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. I knew that glass was broken the night of. And since then, it's been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship had surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted in court record as evidence. Achievement, the third bullet. Use third bullet to prove that third bullet exists and that third bullet did third bullet things. Truly, the third bullet was the third bullet to end third bullets. Yes, that's of Mr. Winbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. In the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene, and until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. A third bullet worth friends we made along the way. That... really the third gun at this point. The third gun is the friend we made along the way. Third bullet isn't real. It can't hurt you. The third bullet and Mr. Sholmes. Ugh. Ah, God. I can't believe the slur Nipponese fool could even begin to just manifest a new bullet out of nowhere. While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that appear to shake the very foundation upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As it is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once! Witnesses! Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble, simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing or nothing of... Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance. That case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never the Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the 3 of us, our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's an Ed Scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing farm from whence it came. Think back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen. I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Ah, no. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Hold on. Hold on here. The bullet for Windbank. The bullet chosen specifically to kill Windbank. Windbank's bullet. That's how I'm feeling right now. I feel like it must have been another accomplice, maybe? Nate's turning fans yearn for the Danganronpa trial weapon mystery. Oh god, please no. It never even got answered in Danganronpa 2. I mean, it must have been another accomplice. That night at Windbank's Pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there's someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Alright, what side? God damn it, again already? We're already getting repeats? Come on! Pigswell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure the 2 summation examinations. In all that time, there's been not a member of third man if this apparently race-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fancy will be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. Secondly, the identity of the spurious character. Ay ay ay. Golkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, we can't, maybe. We're supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to prosecution, blood. We can do the blood, right? I think we can present the blood to prove something. You know what? Screw that. We already got a freaking repeat. I'm running it back, chat. I don't care. How do we already have a repeat this? Why is that broken? Well, whatever. That's something for me to fix in the future. Rube, I know what broke. I don't know why it's broken, though. I know. Oh, nope. I figured it out. Alright. Don't worry. That's... You got more jump scared by Black Text than Dog Song. Honestly, same here. I'll fix that by next stream. I'll have that fixed. But that is very unfortunate. Long story short, blame OBS. I don't think we can prove it. Okay. When is Dog Song going to summon the Toby Fox? No! Do enough, redeem it enough times and he might show up. Can I? Is it possible? Fence is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers prosecution demands. I don't think so, but I'm gonna try winging it. By swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. You don't like those implications? Ah, don't worry. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Use every single piece of evidence available to me if I am to make a difference. Alright, in that case, Counsel, I will ask you to present the evidence without delay. And that in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have there's third intruder present at the scene? The blood. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Would have to be that one, yeah? Oh boy. Yeah, it's one. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood? Curious even for you. It's the court to understand that the intruder was some sort of unhuman creature. It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood and changes its color. And the elements of people's blood. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank, a striking blue. Yes, as you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. An old fire young man could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on calendar is the day which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot, it was on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers and Stan don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injury. Which means it must be blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who's this alleged third intruder? Surely, it's Mr. Sholmes, right? But yeah, I think it's probably... Yeah, that's right. Because the blood on the music disc was his because he cut his finger on it.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Haggard Benedict, who on earth are you talking about, Council? Alright, what's Rube getting? Hopefully it's not Dog Song again. Oh, very nice song. We paid a visit to Windbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by its fence, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. That metal pipe timing, that is impeccable. Imagine your parents thought it funny to name you Eggert Benedict. Luckily, we've proven it's a fake name because we don't need a tragedy in our courtroom. Yeah, that's not right. When someone said 5 force, he was wielding his freaking cane around like a freaking metal pipe. Broker, yes, sir. Earlier, this filthy pickpocket thief had just redeemed an article from you now. Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this, Count Inspector? Yes, my lord, that's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windbank for a pinch on the fellow. Came from one of his red-handed recorder, Gubbins says. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windbank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, never seen Giza before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with this assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalled my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in the trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to counsel then? Or court then, counsel? Yes, my lord, the defense will present the evidence now. Okay, the question is, do I present the music box disc or do I present the blood sample? I'll try that. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is with the aforementioned Eggert Benedict had appeared on scene, I believe. This may have then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. But following this, that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell, say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions all over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's fingers to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, what bloodstain is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was at Windbanks earlier in the day. The accomplice, who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oh, What are you talking about? It's Bullen there. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on for long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar class is a god of detection or some such. You know, you employ chemical substances to abide by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. You expect us to take you seriously. The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. The bloodstained turned shade of green, what of it? It's you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shum's word for it. It's actually Iris's. Is he right? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Shum's invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he is temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? In summation examination, decision as to whether or not trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just does come down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, do you know? Is that about right, what you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Jones' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd traces of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, you state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Okay,
Not guilty.
that's fine. We take those. 2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. L plus ratio plus not guilty. On what grounds? These jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by pretender to real police work. Then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt, said the prosecution, who is constantly trying to rig everything in his favor. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks, but the outcome of summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue! Nevertheless, we found ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense had very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. Poor Dr. hasn't disinfected his hands, so he has to use his head. He's never gonna get that hand sanitizer he so desperately needs. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there at that night. Could I say something? Huh? Who's that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you say, madame? Possible? Inspector? Eh? Me, madame? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No, good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm communications officer, stop. As you can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is stop. Also, communication officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping me on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right, Emma. I can't put my finger on mine, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the complex would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. The gentleman's at London communication station. We should be able to pony him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrived, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson! Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery in the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Thank you for the hydrate. To be continued. First of all, randomly selected jury. This jury is like as perfect as it could be. Second of all, I just want to point out how finale, perfect music pacing. Perfect. Perfect. Like the way it built up into even the drop at the end. That pacing was freaking. Whoever pinned that is great. Yeah, thank you, Weedbot, for the good music. Not Dutron, but perfectly fitting. A VL jump scare. VLR moment. You're pretty sure number 4 is just the guy from chat 1 dressed up as a doctor. So true, Neko. Honestly, I can see it. Also, with that, I need to go on break because this is a perfect stopping point. Literally immaculate stopping point. So, thank y'all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15-ish minutes. That's usually how long it is. While some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we'll be picking up right where we left off. So, you don't want to miss it. Miss it. All the voice acting is going to my head. Anyways, I will see y'all again very, very soon. I don't know. I don't know how there's been two repeats, but you know what? Fine. Screw it. There's gonna be another repeat, then I'll just roll it back. Alright. Last time I rolled it back, we got Dog Song, and now we get Mysterious Ringing. I think that's a sign, chat. And no, new songs do not have boosted odds, because that would have been a pain in the rear to program. I didn't shovel be like. That's what I was aiming for. And it seems to be paying off, for better or for worse. How many songs are in the pool? Should I even reveal the magic? Like should I reveal the select few that got into the song list? Oh no. It might be more fun to keep it hidden and let you all figure that out. Alright, 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. The 101 being correct is tricking your OCD. What do you mean? It's 101 asterisk. That's accurate because the asterisk allows for rounding. Anyways, because Rube also made a valiant guess, there are in fact 263 songs in the pool. So, have fun. Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Not the entire OST. Each Deltarune chapter has a couple songs missing for various reasons, mostly due to them being like repeats or some stuff. But kind of, yeah. Look, it's been 2 years. We gotta spice things up. How's this reward been around for 2 years? Basically my entire time streaming. Have I been streaming for 2 years? This is like saying you have 50% or lower chance of winning, and sure, the winning lottery is like 0.001%. It's still technically true. Yeah, it is technically true. And fits very well. Now, I'd say it works out just fine. I mean, yeah, you can round up. You can round it up that much. That'd be because this means Third Sanctuary actually made it in, unless I specifically decided to not put it in which case... You're just gonna have to see, Rube. You're gonna either have to pull till you get it, or pull till you're satisfied it's not getting pulled. I was considering updating the redeem, but honestly it's more funny just to imply that it's just Undertale with a hint of Deltarune. You can wait for March 16th, 2026 and you get Second Sanctuary instead of Third Sanctuary. Before, like, it starts playing the start of Third Sanctuary, but then it fades into Second Sanctuary. Wait though, this means Megalovania is even more rare. Yes, it does! Megalovania is very, very, rare now. As is every other song. And what happened with chapters 5 and 6? Unless I hate the songs in the chapters, you can probably all make a guess. Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go to all this trouble and find a lot. But like to me. What? Oh, you saw it? The picture. What picture? You mean this, the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Yeah, Neko? I mean, look. 101 asterisk is not technically wrong, so I think it's perfectly fine. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You just can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Wrong, because now we have even better bangers. So it's actually more like we win the gambling. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Here's my logic with adding the OSTs, right? If I keep adding only the good stuff from Deltarune, then the bangers will feel less like, you know, bangers. They'll lose their charm. They'll lose their impact. So I gotta add both the good and the bad. Yeah, 263 is including including every possible song that can be pulled as of now, Neko. Yes, Rube, I did. I'll just admit that now. Concert for You is officially the shortest song in the pool, and it's even shorter than Dog Pass. I actually had to make a small little edit for it too. Again, you've got to include the bad with the good. Okay, since you like to torture since I like torture you, if that, you torture me back. I don't like the implication, but I mean, you don't have to redeem it or look at the redeem whatsoever. By the way, for those who don't know, Concert for You is quite literally one single piano noise. Yeah, it is one piano. It is a conglomerate of piano keys being pushed down. Just that once. It's just bonk. And that's it. Calculate the odds of rolling its rating somewhere in the place of where it's rating back to back. Oh no, Rube. Because yes, both of those are in. Eh? Cleverly managed to piece together a lot of information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Right then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had chat up at your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. Around 0.001%. Oh my goodness. I believe in those odds after our 6 metal pipes in a row. That I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down to the street and to the 221 Windbank's place. I don't know. Then flight based on that while you won't get Dog Pass refunded, you may get the Concert for You refunded. Phoenix Wright slapping paper. Right. Well, you're not technically wrong. I literally can't refund. Like, the Undertale redeem is straight up made, so it's automatic and can't be refunded, so you don't have to worry about that semantic. Oh no, Rube. Alright, let's hear what this deal is. It really do be so temperature. It really do be that time in the summer, Antonym. Parsons' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know, it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that some don't like, something it don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris by sticking it in lug with Windbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. You broke into Windibanks. I don't know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? You know what, Rube? I can agree to that. But only once. For the first time we could concert for you, that deal is valid. Any prize if you roll both rain song back, like Beatbot says, 7 out of 10 too much water. There is one song in all of the songs that I added that has special functionality when it is pulled. Just one. And only one. That might change in the future, but only one. So, take that for what you will. I took looking stuck inside his stock as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on counter to wick, and that's when. What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off counter and was waving it in there like, I don't know what. The deal proposes that we do D20 roll until it lands on side outcome, not just first time, but only one roll per time it shows up. I know, Rube, but what the first time it shows up, you get the one chance. I can't be giving too much leeway when Dog Bass has had essentially none throughout the years.
You know what? It's not the winning, is it? It's the taking part that counts, and you're doing that.
We are doing a lot of the taking, I can confirm. Alright, hearing you out, Neko. Needs men to come and negotiate better than you. Look, we have all of the songs. Before we get into all of the deal making and all of that, which admittedly Spanton would excel in, let's just enjoy the journey. Roll concert for you. 3 people have to roll d6, and if they all don't land 3, they get shot. I mean, alternatively, you could make them play Zero Time Dilemma, which would in fact be a face worse than being shot, and more psychologically torturous. So I'd appreciate that. But I start feeling you're taking too long whenever Dark Zone gets redeemed. When a Dark Zone isn't pulled in like 10 years, you're taking too long. Oh, you're the girl who's in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. Manuscript, have you got it in here? Don't leave a load of paper to review a story. We roll kind of review. I have to drop everything and play Zero Time Dilemma. No. I would rather retire from streaming than play that godforsaken game again. I had to boot it up for April Fools, which is horrifying. It's never getting on my hard drive again. I don't know the something or other. If it, yeah, I want to see it. I hate Zero Time Dilemma, Rube. That is the honest answer. By the end of it, I felt nothing but hatred for every single individual except for Carlos. But Carlos, I just felt such an insane amount of indifference to. There's nothing salvaging the game. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Play 100 line. In due time, in due time. Look, the suspense just means that when I do get around to playing it, you know, the payoff will be even more immense. I want to know if she'll really bond it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? The Steam sale is tomorrow. And, I've been, I've been eyeing some potential stuff to get. We'll see though, we'll see. So then I went to Old Cove, unlocked storeroom door, and we both went inside. Alright, it's totally gonna be a dark zone. Alright, nice. Close. Right chapter. But they were right. Mental script weren't lying there after all. You did all that just check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there's a bit of a kick up out in the main bit of the shop. Vulcan brothers were arriving on scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone breaking in? Hear me, is there some burglar convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh well, I'll come with you and... You know, don't be foolish, young girl. I must say right here, don't leave this room under any circumstances. For that, he took the gun out of me hand and walked back out into the shop. And back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what's going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of scrap. Started to think I should see. I had just about got storeroom myself when I heard a couple of shots go off too, I think. Who's been saving, it seems. And there's, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I'd right next to storeroom door, so I slammed it and shut and locked it quickly as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windbank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got better look at him, I knew. Windbank was a goner. Oh my gosh, Rube is locking in. Let's hope Rube can get lucky enough to pull what they want. I felt funny and me had all sudden kinda dizzy, and after that I don't remember nothing, so she passed out. Fair enough, honestly. Let us be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old Gove might still be alive. You tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. You know it's about to pull the real culprit through the mill. That Gove was there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I'd nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Nada Odo. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got big bulk off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I couldn't ever forget that. Oh, did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that era of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Why is she speaking Nia Xenoblade? Oh gosh, the Welsh have invaded London. And don't forget that I made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the oak for all you know. As once in your position, Gina, I was accused in a trial. What? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime are pretty damning. I'm sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Haruno. But there's one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. More of a cockney bloke. Yeah. I can definitely see that too. Yunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. So happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. And then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. There's no chance of me ever giving you up. Well, I'm a diver, no good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? Alright, what is Neko getting? Alright, kind of fitting. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Oh, it's not Odo, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the court immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. One could even say Naruto Odo is never gonna give you up. You know it, Rube. He wouldn't ever go around and desert you, no matter what. I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another, and I also knew how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Seems we might be in the final stretch. 17th of April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Deeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? Subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Thank you for the lurk, Rube. I see. Then let's turn our attention to the Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of blood at scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Guess you'll just have to see Rue. Not Rue, Neko. Sorry, my brain is all over the place. I believe in you, Neko. Take control. Get mad. Actually, don't get mad. That life hasn't given you lemons yet. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the supposed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to stand without delay. Sir Edgar Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Oh boy. Thank you for complying with the court's imponia at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon. That checks out, actually. I think the initials were AG. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Miss Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was something to do with a murder that took place on a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. Some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. Really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will now hear your testimony, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. I keep trying to figure out his name pun, but I can't. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs breaking this place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some suckers scare 'em out, detectives homebrewed tincture, and hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed for the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter had not been established. You'll be free to leave immediately. Then I should be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Rube, damn. What do you mean? This is our third repeat today. What the hell? I'm losing my mind, chat. The number of songs in this has been more than doubled. How are we getting 3 repeats? I don't know. Does not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are. Yunosuke Naruto, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon and Chunt. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. Please tell me he wears the hat, because I think there's a conversation about that. Damn. Yes, even we met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. So of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. Alright, we're rolling it back, because we keep getting freaking repeat. Alright, this would have been more fitting near the end of stream. So it's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. My man introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me. The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyways? Needless to say. Oh boy. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire, certainly. And not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Burden of proof moment. Yunosuke, I love ya, but that... We have the burden of proof. Listen carefully, my learned Japanese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he had not have seen a crime, had no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that witness was present at the scene. Then obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You'll fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable requests to the witness. Silent victory wiggle, thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at scene of crime, there's no question of that. Winter Storm's chemical analysis has possibly identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual blood has slightly different composition, it seems. where Sholmes Chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is the Sholmes character anyway? Well, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. Even you are unable to bring yourself to a great detective. Oh, great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we?
Excuse me.
Oh? You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? About how you shot him? What? Me? Oh, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I'd have had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell you? Yes, I know you're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, cool, blimey, governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Luigi moment. Absolute Luigi moment. Thank you, Gregson. Gregson is 100% big bruv sulky. I couldn't agree more. He will always be the third, the third Skulkin brother to me. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Also, welcome on in, Penquill. Me thought. I don't have none of them. Must be him. Would you what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Not an honest go. Not an. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, I'll open up the wound again. That's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet. Of course, it was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. All right, chat. I think that calls for So I was well, you know, I was worrying for him and oh, Elspeth. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? No idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than victim was hit by a bullet at scene of the crime 2 nights ago. From the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Currently, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely involved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that is in any way involved. Well, that's a loud and correct buzzer. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently in the lookout for an armchair to finish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. Alright, what's Neko getting? Alright, so we got Ua so tempered and now Ua so he's. Let's go. You have something to add, Inspector? Hey, come again, sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbroker that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. At that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Oh no. What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? PT showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the camera that Hurley installed in Windbanks. Yeah, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. He's gonna claim it's not him, right? Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was shot in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? I smell corruption. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he had no intention of telling us anything. Go figure. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to that Vulcan brother. Yes, they are the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. What can I do to prove he has some relation? Are you really just gonna hit him with the one with the photograph, even though the press kind of denied that? No, we can't present the photograph. We don't have it as evidence. Oh, we just present the music disc, don't we?
Objection!
Yeah. Ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windbank's shop. Deemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That is not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So while this bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must also bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? Do you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take the disc from the defendant. Order. Well, Mr. Graydon, it appears there's been something of a misunderstanding here. It's not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. We already know that's a lie. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you'll now tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure that nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The desk. The note on the thing for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by that accused, that filthy gutterling. On the day in question, I proceeded once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. And then, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name entered in here in my courtroom again. According to what Gita told us, this disc was placed in the on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. Funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. He appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. Until you'll commence your cross-examination, please. Oh, lovely. That's not terrifying. There's a note on this thing for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you'll observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand. By pawn my fine black overcoat broker in question, claiming that's your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music disc was in its pocket. Yet there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in City and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample I promised let Mr. McGilded hear. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Oh no.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestry lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestry did no such thing. Well, of course you take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with the information needed to identify the defendant. You're looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windbanks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right, I didn't notice at first, of course, such is art of the pick-thirst. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I'm merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this very same man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? Last remark of Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to, probably in some way. No, it didn't. And leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Was Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. Y'all should know about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, aren't they? That snuff copper like me have duties carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about, that's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. It's here that the instructor has revealed all he has at liberty to reveal. It's great, and let's return to your testimony. Alright, let's finish that from before.
Hold it!
Is that right?
That's what the inspector said, at least as he sees my disc, and thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And this can question it, this is here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid in their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well anyways. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes and flamboyant poses. But it is first one that... Was it the first one where he denied? No.
Hold it!
But perhaps he'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by police to assess everything in shop. With that exception, every article on shelf was common or garden bric-a-brac. That case is clear. That you broke into shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc, but it was taken. Have you not been listening, man? Ever since, even if I'd wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There's nothing of McGilded's left in shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really... You missed Basement, which is, the Card Castle basement song, Rube. Okay, banger alert. You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windbank. Then, when he realized he's going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Tina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that went slang through his pearly white teeth. No doubt about it, the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Miss Gilded as well. Oh. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking this into custody that day. But Gregsy's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Something else he wanted? I mean, he might have wanted this. Oh, wait. I didn't realize I already put myself on the last one. Okay, now, damn it. Okay, what is it? Oh, do I do the pawnbroker's ticket from the couch? No, that wasn't in the shop. That wasn't in the shop. That was in the coat still. So that wasn't his. Okay. Oh god. Some contradiction. What is it? Okay. I think that was left there. The one small box. Maybe that? I think I might have gotten the tickets mixed up. Okay, I got the tickets mixed up. The disc was deposited at Windbanks on Magnus and McGilda's instructions. You knew that and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in my case, the disc was taken into custody. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in Pawn and Winterbanks, as is this. That's right, yeah. There are two articles belonging to Mr. McGilden and Winterbanks Pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke in shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. The second ticket, is it? Or had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. It's suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? It leaves our adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk in shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. And indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this great fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Don't put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. The night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. They can? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. A Hurley's red-handed recorder scan, as previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with an automatic camera in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winbank received his customers. Another was set to watch for all Sherlock Holmes jump scares. And as well as to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilden's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th of April. Oh boy. The victim appeared to have had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. It's been taken about 2 hours after the incident. I'm gonna have to go cross-eyed again, aren't I? I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Alright, give me a moment, chat. It might be because of the colors, but the green box and blue box do stand out to me. I guess he wouldn't have needed to, you know, he might just have needed to take what was ever in the box. Yeah, even going cross-eyed, I can't easily tell if there's a difference. I've got to be able to see something, right? Oh my god, wait, yes, I see it. I see it. The cross-eyed worked. The cross-eye worked. It's not the blue and green box, it's the kind of tin can thing in the bottom right of in the bottom right of the screen. I can't really zoom in, but it's been moved. It's in front of a painting of some sort. That's so trippy, but alright, let's go. I'm actually getting good at going cross-eyed. Gosh, that is trippy as hell, though. Once you notice it. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored possibility that something had been taken in addition to victims' life. You feared one of these because you can spot without the cross-eye without that much trouble compared to the other ones. Oh yeah, no, I definitely could have noticed it without going cross-eyed, but I was determined. But yeah, as soon as it stood out to me of being wrong, I checked without, you know, it being, it basically just becomes spot difference at that point. But yeah, that's weird. Gosh. Your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We count every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that it's the exactly same number present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbook on night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilda's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in light of evidence put forward by prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Actually, he's got schmoves, though. You'll give him that. I will give him that, too. He's got some very flamboyant moves. Point not is discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. You must identify a location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. One little box over here. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. You're right, how extraordinary. Oh my gosh. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelving. Are you suggesting that small box received deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact, yes, the same small box just identified in those photographic prints?
Objection.
Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved on shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. But it's a box that holds stuff. That may be true, but alright, Mr. McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But that doesn't change the fact it was moved. It changes everything. I believe that changed everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vile piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winnebanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Don't hit me with the to be continued. Okay. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Your common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly, it would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he is found not guilty, a trial in which was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles in this upstanding member of a society pun were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of something to me. No, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, was it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGilded was rich enough, but he can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. The prosecution argument is undeniably compelling. The incumbent of the defense now to bolster its argument. Okay. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles panned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this group box are in any changeable way related to this case? We have to, don't we? What is going on with the cursor there? Oh my god. Okay, I hit a sweet spot, I guess. That's so weird. Ah, the wonders of 3D modeling. Hey, they had to show off their 3D tech, and honestly, I respect it. It's funny how you can see the difference just by like shifting between those two. What's the matter, Uno? We know they're related, don't we? They're both valid pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed based on false information. Oh no, and that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, truth comes out every time. Right? The exact significance of things that Miss Gilded plotted with Mr. Windbank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. Oh boy. But if I put her on stand and testify about that, it could critically damage our chance of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? The truth has to come out. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh no. While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I'd like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? To do its various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. Assume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. But Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witness is currently in stand, may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Oh wait, I think I saw blood on his hand. Wait, you, sir, shall remain in stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. The articles that Mr. McGilded have deposited in Windbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least, and now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months prior. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there's only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. Body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. Miss Lestrade, whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, helping pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after her trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A truth that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all well, I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. Remember, little girl? If it transpired that you willfully withheld information in trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you'll lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Chinny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Right then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawned articles in that extraordinary case on the omnibus harbor secrets which we have been hit there too, unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you'll now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You'll reveal the truth of a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Who says that brickmaker Cole was in cabin all omnibus all time? When the Irishman dragged me out from under seat, I saw that disc on floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me, and that bear on the roof deck went to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, then there's every chance I may have educated the heir in McGilda's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilda's fellow was brought into court just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in on it together. You're wrong, lawyer. Mr. Nada Odo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are you really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, did he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have stopped. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allow the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, my lord. I'll decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I mean, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. And proceed we shall. The real truth of the omnibus case. Who said that brickmaker Cole was in the cabin or omnibus all time? And the Irishman... Oh, wait. Let's continue on the pressing. You were hiding in the cabin at that time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's all pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not? Alright? So true. Welcome, April 2012. False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilda and victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it's about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then, and I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Ah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. But it just kind of belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at this time? It told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one about the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he's looking at me, but I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that night too. Then he started asking me a load of questions like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there's a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me, and Ed and that pair on the roof deck went off toward the slopes. There are two gentlemen occupying seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran to fetch the slopes. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I there because I was under the seat. The cabin door open and a voice from outside. Driver, yes, he also testified in trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilda slipped driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean tell me that driver gave false testimony at that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was at the sand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his board and gave it to the driver and folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking that code in what's in it got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Winbank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in its face. It went running off and all like. Then the bulk called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Threatened me not to snitch, not say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. These two freaking gentlemen, they're everywhere. They'll never go away. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to stop if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there's one other thing he said. Which was... It told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. But that if he didn't show up to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. It left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Parting his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver spotted at Winbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, it let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She needs to really put her faith in you, you know. Yes, and think her she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need you this time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Yeah, we did. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Alright, I'm about to make a bold play.
Excuse me.
Are you two gonna speak? There's something you'd like to share with Court Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion with this fella? Bull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've been clearly talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe now we have a reasonable understanding of what actually happened on the omnibus. It appeared that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc cover matters did not run smoothly when the parties involved began to quarrel over price. McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. This little drug trade, nothing serious. That music disc must be one hell of a drug, and honestly, I believe it. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, but we don't know about the box, so I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. Alright, what are we getting? Alright, something nice and calm. Didn't know what I should have done with the ticket. I mean, the Coles died right after the trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not? They're only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. The last trade, it appeared Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. Well, I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking ain't no crime. My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that is key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh no. Oh god, we're right there. There's been 7 freaking to be continues this case. Oh my god. Alright, I think we should probably call it there. I'm thinking that we're near the end, but honestly, I just want to take whatever time I can in order to... I really want to take my time with whatever's remaining for us because, oh boy, I'm sure things are only going to get even more complicated. I don't even want to think about how complicated they could be. Yeah. I think that is a good stopping point. You always have the escapade if next stream ends up being a bit short. Yes, we do. And they will certainly fill up whatever remaining time we have, because they can be pretty long, it seems. But with that, thank you all so much for watching. What a freaking stream. This case is so long. How many hours do I have in this on? So far I've put 40 hours into this. Oh boy, this is really stinking long. That is just crazy. This case is second longest single case in the entire series. I'm in fear of the longest one. This game has taken me so far almost half the time the entire Ace Attorney trilogy took me. Although to be fair, I did go achievement hunting in that as well, and a couple achievements took me a little while, regretfully. But wow, just wow. And I'm looking forward to seeing just how all of this ties into government secrets being spilled. Communications. He's a communications officer. What if he's the one leaking the stuff? So much to think about. We'll have to do it next week. Alright, Droop. Let's see. How much time do we have? 3 minutes. We can wait 3 minutes and then I'll redeem that. I'll do it. Cause you asked. Actually, well, no, because then we could get a long one. Nah, screw it. What's the worst that could happen? We're not getting Undertale, right? We're not getting the song Undertale. God. Every time I've done one, it's been something dumb. We had a dog song. Yeah. Oh, God. Nah, screw that. I'm running it back. I'm running it back. Screw you. Give me something good. Another repeat? This is like the 4th repeat. There's so many songs. I put so much time into making sure all of this stuff worked nicely, and we just keep getting freaking repeat. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it, chat. I can't. What do you say to this? At least it's a nice song, but damn. You make it so it doesn't repeat until like after 20 songs. It is possible to do that. Kind of. It would take a while, but honestly, as much as I'm losing my mind, I don't want to actually implement something like that. At least not something so, like, set in stone. Just because it's meant to be gambling. Like, this is just the odds at work. Us getting 1 billion metal pipes right now, that's the odds at work. Us getting all these repeats, that's just how it is. But I have experimented with something similar in the past, but it is disabled. I've eventually decided against it. If that happened, we wouldn't have gotten that big triple mysterious place in a row. You know what? You're so right, Rube. I totally forgot that happened. Oh, it's been so freaking long. I'm just... How does this even happen? First we get long elevator, then we get this. What could a third roll? If we do a third roll, what could possibly happen? I forget mystery is forever. Yes, he is. I am loving this game though. I'm freaking loving this case. Like pulling 4 queens in a row. What's that in reference to actually? Antonym. Alright, you know what? Screw this. One more, right? One more. We have to get something at least decent, right? Right? Can't just get long elevator and then another repeat. Okay, I'll take this. This is perfect music to do my outro too. Anyways, we are in fact gonna be wrapping up stream now. Thank y'all so much for watching. Of course, I will be live again with this game 1 week from now, next Wednesday, to most likely finish it up. Of course, I'll be live again this Friday with Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, but it's probably going to be the second to last stream of the game. We're going to have to see, but that seems pretty likely. And of course, this Saturday, we'll be doing Dutch Rune Chapter 4's Weird Roots, so do stay tuned for all of that. no more lobsters soon. I'm gonna need to find where all the freaking lobsters are, seriously. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know where they are, chat. Alright, who do I want to raid out to is the question today. I don't know. We've got quite a few different people. Men at work vibes. Yeah, this is a funky time. Let us raid someone. I think they recently raided us, didn't they? Yeah, let's raid someone that we haven't raided to in a bit, but I think we should. You forgot you said this, right? But more ideas for your month for channel. The lobsters are waiting. Don't worry, Rube. I haven't forgotten. I would never forget. All right. We are going to be reading out two Citrus things who's currently playing Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD. Seems to be doing a marathon. So, definitely feel free to use the lovely raid message to send them all the love that you possibly could. We have both variations for subs and non-subs, but if you're not a sub at this point, I would be genuinely shocked. But have a good day, y'all. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever it may be for you, and I will see you all again this Friday for more Lobster Gaming. Bye-bye!